Mic one test. Mic one test. Mic four test. Mic five test. Mic five test. Mic six test. Mic seven test. Mic eight test. Mic 10 test. Mic 11 test. Mic 12 test. Staff mic one. Staff mic two. Podium mic test. Clerk mic test. Wireless one. Wireless one. Wireless mic two.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I am pleased to call to order the Board of Supervisors meeting for Monterey County on Tuesday, October 18th. Could we please have a roll call?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Adams appearing in person and Supervisors Alejo, Phillips, Root Askew, and Lopez appearing via video conference.
Thank you. Are there any additions or corrections for closed council today?
There are none, Chair.
Thank you. We will have closed session items number 1A through E today. And is there any member of the public that wishes to comment on anything on today's closed session? No one coming forward?
And no hands raised.
Thank you very much. With that, we will recess the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting to closed session and convene the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency.
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Adams appearing in person and Supervisors Alejo, Phillips, Root Askew, and Lopez appearing via video conference.
Thank you very much. Are there any additions or corrections for the closed session today?
There are none, Chair.
Thank you. And then we will have closed session items number 1A. Are there any member of the public who wishes to comment on this item? Seeing none in chambers?
And no hands raised.
Thank you very much. With that, we will recess the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency and go into closed session, reconvening this morning at 10:30. Thank you.
Mic 1 test. Mic 4 test. Mic 5 test. Mic 7 test. Mic 8 test. Mic 10 test. Mic 11 test. Mic 12 test.
Clerk's mic.
Staff 1 test. Staff 2 test.
Wireless 1.
Podium mic test.
Wireless 2.
do it my chip, but then when I use it, doesn't work. It's like. That's me, yeah. Yellow is green and green is yellow. Yep.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. How do you like my new sound? Good morning, everyone. We'll try this again. I'm awfully sorry that we've kept you waiting a little bit this morning, but I am happy to reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors for October 18th, 2022. We could have a roll call, please. Yes.
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Adams appearing in person and Supervisors Alejo, Phillips, Root Askew, and Lopez appearing via video conference.
Thank you very much. Could we please have our announcement from our Spanish interpreter?
Muy buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es Diego Celis. Seré su intérprete inglés-español, español-inglés para la reunión de hoy. Si está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor, hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo lo escuche. Favor de hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Celis. And now this is one of my favorite parts of the agenda when we do the Pledge of Allegiance, and we ask the person who's going to be leading us has a connection to the point of our meeting. So today we have Diane Ibarra, who is going to be leading us in the pledge. Diane is a Mexican-American author, entrepreneur, small business woman owner, and founding director of the Wahine Project. Diane was raised in East Salinas and has lived her entire life in Monterey County. The mother of 4 children, she is proud to share the values and culture of her Mexican heritage through her small business, nonprofit, and community outreach endeavors. The Wahine Project was created in 2010 as an effort to reach young girls around the world who would otherwise not have access to the resources that would allow them to surf. Whether geographical, financial, or lack of opportunity, the Wahine Project seeks to break down the barriers that prevent the participation of youth in ocean sports and provide them the opportunity to not only become proficient water humans, but as a result of this relationship, increase their awareness of the vast possibilities of a future that will amplify their voice in climate change, environmental justice, and give them a sense of social responsibility that the ocean uniquely provides. Thank you, Diane, for being with us today. And if you could please come forward to lead us in the pledge.
Oh, many thanks for that introduction, Supervisor Adams. Okay, ready? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. It's lovely to see you. Okay, now moving forward, are there any additions or corrections to the agenda?
There are none.
Thank you very much. We'll go to our ceremonial resolutions, and there are 15 ceremonial resolutions today, 2 of which are going to be presented. So before we get to the presentation category, I would like to see if there's any board member that would like to comment on the ceremonial resolutions. Is there any member of the public who wishes to comment on the ceremonial resolutions before I ask for a motion of approval? Seeing none, could I please have a motion to approve the ceremonial resolutions?
So moved,
Lopez.
Askew.
Lopez
Thank you.
seconds.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. If we could have a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Lejo,
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Root Askew,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much. The motion passes. And now we will start with the resolution commending Joanne Leone, the Housing and Community Development Permit Technician 2, upon her retirement after 33 years of dedicated service to the County of Monterey. And that's going to be presented by Eric Lundquist. So if you would please come forward. Eric is our Director of Community Housing and Development.
Thank you, Supervisor Adams, members of the Board of Supervisors. I have a great pleasure of giving this proclamation to Joanne Leone, who's been with the county for 30 years. And so if you've done any work within the county, you probably have run into Joanne. She's helped develop this community within the county of Monterey. She's been with planning and building inspection services at one point, then to RMA, and now to HCD. By the contingency that's here within the chambers today, I think you can tell that she's been very well respected within the department for those numbers of years. We have a lot of new permit technicians, and you've helped to train them. And I think you've left them in good hands with your knowledge and skill set. I'd also like to provide an opportunity to Liz Gonzalez, who's been with you, I believe, all of those years and has a lot of experience working with you. It can share a little more of your background. Thank you.
So Joanne Leone has served as a County of Monterey employee for 33 years, from July 1989 to August 2022. Joanne started as a typist clerk 2, assisting the Planning and Building Inspection Department until 2000. During that time, she was recognized with a prestigious Employee of the Year award in 1994. Joanne was then promoted to a land use technician from 2000 to 2005. And having strong planning skills, Joanne became an instrumental resource and was then promoted to the positions of Code Compliance Officer 1 and 2 from 2005 to 2009. Joanne then returned as a land use technician, where she was a part of a condition compliance team supporting the planners until 2013. And that's when Joanne decided to return to the front counter as a permit technician 2 until her retirement this year in August. With her institutional knowledge, Joanne was always instrumental in providing great leadership skills to her fellow team members. Personally, I have known Joanne for 28 years. She has been an incredibly dedicated and hardworking employee during her entire career with the County of Monterey. And therefore, on behalf of the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, the County of Monterey, its residents, and the Permit Center, it is my pleasure to acknowledge, commend, and offer sincere thanks to you, Joanne, for your 33 years of dedicated and distinguished service to the County of Monterey. Congratulations.
Eric, thank you for that. We didn't work as many years as I, would have liked to, because you are a director that I really respect. You acknowledge the permit center, because we do work hard there at the counter, and it's much appreciated. Liz, thank you for all of your support that you have provided throughout the years, especially with my family. To my permit center team, you guys are the best. I love you all. I thank you for all that you've given and supported me throughout the years. I started at 22 years old, and as Liz has listed all my positions that I've held, and I had no idea that it would become my career. And that's because the department allowed for growth in department, and that's truly an honor. And as a new permit techs come along, this is going to be you, enjoy, hang in there. But each and every one of you are dear and near to my heart. This day is not only special to receive this resolution, but it's also my dad's birthday. So happy heavenly birthday, Dad. And I share this with him. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your many years of service. We wish you really the best in retirement. And now our next ceremonial resolution for presentation is going to be presented by Supervisor Askew virtually to Dion Ibarra virtually. And I'm hoping that the two of you are ready to roll.
We are ready, Mary. Thank you so much. So Dion welcomed us this morning by leading the Pledge of Allegiance, and Supervisor Adams, your bio on the work that Dion has done in our community was just perfect. You took the words out of my mouth. Dion has really been an inspiration. She's demonstrated what it looks like to have a vision, to bring people together, and to really care so deeply about improving the community that we live in, and utilizing her passion to uplift others. So with that intentionality, it's my honor to proclaim a resolution proclaiming October as National Women's Small Business Month in the County of Monterey. And before I read a few of the statements on this resolution and present it to Dion on behalf of female small business owners throughout our community, I do want to say, personally, before I took the job working with the County of Monterey, I had the opportunity to start and build my own small business here in Monterey County as an industrial food brokerage company. And the opportunity to work for yourself, the opportunity to build something from the ground up, the opportunity to provide for my family was life-changing for me personally, for my family. And we continue to benefit to this day from the opportunities that I had as a young woman to build a business and to operate a business as a woman in this community. So the first statement that I'll read through the resolution, and these really, some of these bits of information are fairly shocking. The first one being that National Women's Small Business Month commemorates the signing of the Women's Business Ownership Act, which occurred in October of 1988. Prior to the 1988 legislation, women were required to have a male representative co-sign for their business loans. And to realize that my opportunity to start a business and obtain a loan and build a company would not have been something I could have done on my own 20 years earlier is shocking to me. And I think it's indicative of why it's so important that we celebrate how far we've come and recognize how recently these limitations were in place for women in our country. Female professionals, leaders, and small business owners play a vital role in our local economy. And when we empower women, we empower the entire economy. We know that, Dion knows that, so many small business owners in our community know that. Small business owners and women small business owners are key job creators and employers that are building a legacy for the next generation of business women. The number of women-owned businesses in the United States has increased to nearly 13 million at a rate double the national average, with women of color comprising the majority, making them the fastest growing group of entrepreneurs. This is a time to recognize the myriad of achievements of our local female entrepreneurs and the incredibly positive impact that they are making on jobs and the economy right here in Monterey County. Therefore, we're designating the month of October as National Women's Small Business Month to celebrate women-owned businesses and the significant and lasting impact that they have on our local economy and our national economy. Dion, I'm so pleased that you're here to accept this resolution today on behalf of women business owners across our county. And I would virtually present you with a resolution that you can hang at Wahine and at Alma Del Mar, where you have created jobs for folks, and you're not only creating jobs, but really inspiring young women with a vision of what's possible, that they too can aspire to owning their own destiny and playing significant roles in their own community, providing for themselves and those they love. So with that, Deanna, I will pass the floor to you if you have any comments today.
Oh, thank you so much, Supervisor Askew. I appreciate this. And I'm so grateful and humbled to be able to receive this on behalf of all the women that I walk alongside with, shoulder to shoulder. And I know that we are on the backs of all of the women who've come before us, who really have just like knocked down barriers that told them that they couldn't do something, that they couldn't create something, that they couldn't live their dream, that they couldn't work hard, that they couldn't do it without a family, that they couldn't do it as being single mothers. I'm just so proud of the women that I received this in alongside of in Monterey County. I know we're working hard, and I know that it's probably likely that a female business owner, that she's not just running one business, that she's doing many things, that she has her hands in many fires and she's putting them out and she's creating new ones, and she's striving high and achieving something that maybe is the first time in her generation of her family, and being a role model for those behind her. I was lucky enough to be raised around in the community I was raised around in Salinas, around Filipino and Mexican immigrants who I saw in this country for the first time creating businesses, and that created legacies for their now adult kids and their grandkids. So I'm proud to be a part of that. And thank you so much to the County of Monterey that you've recognized the achievements of women in our county. And I'd just like to send a thank you to the City of San City and Mayor Carbone, who has supported me wholeheartedly and enthusiastically and welcomed my business to their city and are inspiring me to grow. So thank you, Monterey County.
Thank you, Dion. We're so honored to have you with us today. And to anyone watching us, there are resources available. If you're thinking about starting a business, if you're looking for support, we have some phenomenal resources available through county and city economic development directors. We have some great resources through the Monterey County Business Council, small business guidance. So please do call 211, find out where you can get started, and we look forward to seeing your success benefit our entire region. Thank you so much, Chair Adams.
Thank you, Supervisor Root Askew, and congratulations again, Ms. Ibarra. Okay, so we have the rest of the resolutions are not going to be presented, but I'd like to call out the names of many of the people who are going to be receiving the resolution, just so it's in the record. All of these people are being honored and will be receiving their resolution at the annual Military and Veterans Affairs Veterans of the Year Award for this year, 2022. So I'm simply going to read a list of people who are being honored, and their awards will be presented to them at that point. They are Jack Murphy, Nadia Mendoza, Gilbert Medina, Juan Baltierra, Daryl Sinclair, Manny Palacios, Lois Flint, Franco Pacheco, Nancy Hunter, Ian Oglesby, and Jerry Edlin. So I'm very thankful that we have such wonderful people in our community, and they'll be honored at the end of this month at an event for them. Now I'd like to move to appointments. We have 6 appointments, and I will see if any member of the board wishes to comment on the appointments. Seeing no hands raised, is there anyone in the audience that wishes to comment on the appointments? Seeing no one coming forward, could we have a motion, please, to approve the appointments?
So moved.
Through the
Thank you. So we have Alejo and Askew. Could we have
Sorry,
roll
through the
call?
chair, I was just going to ask on item 21, we need to select members.
Oh, thank you so much for that. Yes. I can only refer to to either county council or the CAO for the way that we generally have done this in the past, because it's out of sync with our own schedules.
Right. So every year we do the nominations for CSAC and now RCRC out of line with when we do the other appointments because of the meetings associated when those meetings come up, especially we know that the CSAC meeting is next month and the RCRC one is at the beginning of the new year. And so what we do with both 21 and 22 is get nominations from the board for both the how they want to put forward their, it's not an actual appointment for CSAC, it is for RCRC, but it's to put forward a nomination of who you want the CSAC Executive Committee to appoint to their CSAC board. So what we would ask is that your board select one name as the primary nominee and another name as the alternate nominee for CSAC in number 21, and the same in 22 for RCRC. And the RCRC items, you'll notice that it's not just RCRC, it's the other boards also that are associated with RCRC, Golden State Finance Authority and the Golden State Connect Authority.
Thank you so much for that explanation. And Supervisor Rudasky, I think your hand is up. Yes.
Yes, through the chair, I'll move approval of items 17 through 20 on the consent calendar.
Very good. And I think Supervisor Alejo, do you second that motion?
No, I was the maker of the motion. My motion was.
I'm sorry.
My motion was to improve the entire appointments list, and for the members who are on 21, which I'm the primary for CSAC. The alternate is Supervisor Askew. And then for item 22, the primary is Supervisor Lopez. The second is Supervisor Phillips, I believe, that those continue, at least for the remainder of Supervisor Phillips's term as the alternate on RCRC. That's my motion.
Yes, yes.
And Supervisor Leo, if it's okay with you and okay with the board, I think you could also, for the RCRC nomination, if you want to nominate for the alternate, the District 2 supervisor, if that is your preference, if you wanted to continue on so you don't have to redo it.
Yes, let's do that.
So that's the motion. I'll second that motion.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to approve appointments 17 through 20, and then also to include 21 and 22 with the nominees appointed. And the nominees for 21 CSAC would be Supervisor Alejo and Rudasky as the alternate. And then with 22 RCRC, it would be Supervisor Lopez. And then the second person would be whomever is elected to serve as the second district supervisor. Very good. And we have the motion and the second. And if we could have a roll call, please.
Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Ruascu.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much. And thanks for all the help that I needed to get through that one. Okay, continuing on, we'll go to now our consent calendar. And we have items 31 through 42. Is there anyone on our board that would like to pull an item from the consent calendar for comment or question? I'm seeing, yes, Supervisor Rudasky.
Yeah, through the chair, I'd like to pull item 34 for discussion.
Item 34. Okay, thank you very much. And is there any member of the public that wishes to pull anything? 34. Okay, excellent. So we have item number 34. Is there any other member of the public who wishes to pull anything from our consent calendar? Okay, thank you very much. So we could go ahead and make a motion to approve items 20, consent items 31 through 42, except for item 34.
So moved.
Thank you very much. And I will. Did I hear Supervisor Alejo? Is there a second to this
I think it
motion?
was Phillips.
Phillips.
Oh,
I
thank
heard
you.
a second
Okay.
from Phillips.
Thank you very much. Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Let's go ahead and approve the consent items other than item 34.
Supervisor Lejo,
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Wu Askew,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. All right. And now we can go to item 34. And Supervisor Rudasky, would you like to make your comments?
Yeah, thank you. So I guess I was a little bit surprised that this was included on the consent agenda. And I think that the intention of the Cannabis Committee providing this direction appears to be in line with some of the previous direction given by the Board of Supervisors. I did think that it was worthy of discussion. I would like to hear a little more from the Cannabis Committee about their thinking around this. But ensuring that we provide proper diligence and transparency in our decisions around the cannabis taxation and the collection of those taxes, I do feel is important.
Thank you, Supervisor Rudasky. Is there any other member of the board that wishes to comment on this? Okay, seeing none. Is there any member of the public who wishes to comment on item 34?
Am I recognized?
I would recognize Mr. Robert Roach.
So Bob Roach, MCCIA. Well, first I was surprised about the language. It says it authorizes the treasurer tax collector to conditionally waive interest and penalties as long as the payments are received by January 31st, 2023. I mean, I believe that's just a deference to our elected treasurer tax collector, and that, you know, this quarter will be handled as the other 3 quarters, and they'll all be deferred until January 31st, and no one has to make any payments. And then we have a big balloon payment on January 31st, coming off the winter, worst time of the year. We've had the June gloom in Croptober, which is not good for the quality. The prices are trending down, and they don't have to make any payments until then. So what happens on January 31st? They say they can't pay, and then the penalties kick in and everyone's insolvent. Then you have a big collection problem. I mean, is that what we're going to do? I think we can do better than that. I think we need to do better than that. I think we need to be continuing to work towards some solutions for the industry that will allow more people to survive and allow our county to be competitive into the future. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roach. Is there anyone else from Supervisor Rudasky? Your hand is up.
Thank you. I guess I was hoping to hear from the Cannabis Committee. It was part of my question in terms of what the thinking was with the extension of the delays and to continue delaying the collection of interest. And then I was also interested in understanding if there was any consideration or discussion about the option or the ability to put payment plans in place for operators who are delinquent.
I don't know if there's anyone from staff who would be capable of responding to this.
I'm interested in hearing from the Cannabis Committee, to be specific.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm happy to jump in there, Madam Chair. You know, looking at this proposal, the interest here was to really look at the cash flows for a lot of the farms and understanding the timing for many of them and the positions that they're in. We've heard the term Croptober. It really means that most of the product comes off in October. Sales happen in October, November, and the cash isn't available till the end of the month. So looking at that, understanding the period that we're talking about here, giving them till the end of January 31st, that kind of gives a window of leniency, understanding what cash flow may look like. Now, all this was done a few weeks ago, and I think as we all continue to understand is the market is deteriorating. It's not improving, as we've heard from industry. And so, this was an attempt to assist in making sure that these businesses had an opportunity to see any financial returns from the biggest point of the year for harvest, which is typically October to early November, which is why we have the slang term Croptober that's often used. Again, I don't know that it will be what we hoped it would be, an assist or in the big picture from what we're hearing from industry. But at this point, I think it was an attempt to really give that last shot to some of those who may not make it without this additional small extension, to give that an opportunity for them to turn their product into cash flow to pay their taxes.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. And I see we have Joanna Iwamoto, who's going to be able to make comments for us as well. Thank you, Joanne.
Hi, thank you, Joanne Iwamoto, Cannabis Program. Chair Evans, what I just wanted to comment, and yes, that is the reason why the item was brought forward today, and it was put on consent based on direction from the Cannabis Committee. But the program would be very interested in receiving any direction from the board regarding a formal payment plan, of which I think the industry would be supportive of. And I think it would allow the county to have the ability to collect some of the monies that are due. And it would also kind of set the tone for this coming fiscal year, as this board report or this resolution describes.
Thank you so much, Ms. Iwamoto. Yes, Wendy, Supervisor would ask you.
Thank you. So was a payment plan option discussed in Cannabis Committee?
Do you want to respond, Chris?
I see Joanne approaching the
sorry.
mic. Yeah.
We did discuss a payment plan, and we actually brought that forward to the board, but at the time, the payment plan was not approved. However, I should let you know that the program did develop the documents necessary for such a plan. But again, we would need to receive direction in order to maybe to bring back that option back to the full board, or if you wanted us to go to the Cannabis Committee first.
So if you were to bring that back to the full board, could you give us just an overview of what that would require and when you might be able to bring it back?
I think a formal board report would actually include any of the past proposed amendments to the tax rate, and then we can get a decision on that. The payment plan would need to be discussed a little further as far as the percentage down, the length, the duration of the plan itself, and then what would happen if the operator did not meet the plan, and we need a definite kind of course of action on that. And I think the industry would appreciate that as well.
Thank you for that. Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, Madam Chair, thank you. If this is my recollection, but I guess we'd have to go back and look at the video. But I remember when we first started talking about lowering the taxing rate, or we approved the lower taxation rate, I believe it was in June. This did come up, a payment plan, and I don't want to speak for it, but I thought we had asked a specific question to our treasurer tax collector about doing a payment plan rather than just pushing it off to January. And I think the reasoning was that it was the difficulty of quickly having to start creating a payment plan kind of program, so it was easier just to defer it. But now we see that if there's not an urgency to make the payment on a monthly basis, it is being held off, and now it's being framed as a balloon payment due, when really all taxes and businesses should be putting away what is owed, so that when the deadline comes around, they would be in a position to make the full payment. So that was my recollection, that we did ask. I know I asked. And that was the reasoning for it. But now here we are back to the plate, because people are holding off. And now we're having to consider that the payment plan is probably the best way, so that on a monthly basis, there's an incentive for them to at least make those partial payments. And in the meantime, the county is footing the bill for these program expenses, whether we're collecting the taxes or not. We're still having to pay staff that staff the cannabis program for Monterey County. We're having to foot those bills and expenses. So I think I would support coming back with that payment plan very soon, so that it could be put in place, and that the expectation will be out there that come January, those payments must be done on a monthly basis. Still understanding the situation that was just described. We understand this is a difficult time in the cannabis industry, but we're trying to balance out the needs of the county and continuing to run our program, and also trying to provide some options for payment of taxes owed.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. Is there anyone else who wishes to weigh in on this subject? Okay, Supervisor Alejo, would you like to make sorry, Supervisor Phillips has his hand up now. Yes?
I concur with the comments of Supervisor Alejo.
So Supervisor Alejo, could you frame yourself, the comments that you just made in the form of a motion? And perhaps we'll have Supervisor Phillips second that motion.
I would say that we would give, I think this is direction, staff's wanting direction on this particular point. Sorry about that. So we'll frame it as direction for staff to devise a payment plan program beginning in 2023, and to bring that back within 30 days for the board to consider approval of.
And Supervisor Phillips.
Second. Second.
So you've got a motion and a second, and I just want to have a quick question for Joanne Iwamoto. Would you be able to abide by that time frame? Knowing that you'll be working with the tax collector and others that'll be needed as far as pulling a plan like this together?
And I'm sorry, did you say the question was, would the program be able to bring this back within 30 days?
Right.
Yes, as long as we can get time on the agenda.
Okay.
And just for clarity, we are bringing this back to the full board.
Yes.
Okay. And I will need to work with the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office on this.
Great. Okay. So thank you very much for that. Supervisor Lopez, your hand is up.
Yeah, I guess I'm just on the direction. If I could get clarification, I heard to have it ready for January 2023, and I guess so a payment plan starting in January 2023, because this goes to January 31. So I guess the time frame is confusing.
Yes,
we would probably within the board report, we would probably recommend that the start date be sooner than January 2023, since the program has the documents in order. What we do need to get is we need to work this out with the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office, and then obviously, of course, approval by the board.
And I was just going to say that. So whether the date would be able, we will all have an opportunity to weigh in on the decision around the date. When do you bring the information back to the full board?
Yes.
Good. Okay.
All right.
Okay. All right. So Chris's hand is down. Wendy's, yours is still up.
Yeah, no, thank you. And again, just the clarification that we're talking about. So the action that's listed on this item is to extend to delay the conditional waiver of penalties and interest through to January 31st, 2023. The motion from Supervisor Alejo is to say that instead of a balloon payment, as was from public comment, being due on January 31st, that we would then put payment plans in place beyond that? Or is it that we would put payment plans in place leading up to that? We would still expect that payments, full payments are due on January 31st. I'm again not clear on what the motion on the table is and directing.
Supervisor Alejo, do you want to comment back on that?
Yeah, I'll leave the start date open in the motion. We'll amend that so that Joanne could come back in her proposal about of how best it can work. Certainly, if it could create a payment program before January 31st, that could be helpful in making those payments. and putting that structure in place. I think that makes sense. I thought originally we were deferring it and then trying to begin a payment program after January 31st date for the next quarter of taxes owed. But if there's a recognition, the need is beforehand, I want to make sure that we give that flexibility and staff bringing back the best proposal for us to consider.
Okay, I can support that. And I sounds like we need more discussion about what the intentions of the payment plan are. I guess I want to be clear that where I'm sitting at is that we're delaying payment. I think that if businesses are not able to remain in business, that we figure out what we need to do moving forward, so that we're not delaying the inevitable farther than it needs to be delayed. And I do think that it is important that our cannabis businesses are paying the taxes that they owe to the county. So whatever we need to do to help them do that, if they're going to frame a concession on our part as a balloon payment that's going to hurt them, then we need to figure out how to have them help them structure their payments on an ongoing basis so that they're not left in that position at the end of the day. But look forward to having this come back. I'll support the motion.
And Supervisor Leo, just to clarify, the payment plan that is brought back as a proposal from the cannabis program may include post January 31st, 2023 payment plan options also.
Yes, I agree. There's a need, obviously, from staff's input before and afterwards. So definitely. And if Supervisor Phillips is good with that, we'll just make that
good.
Second. Okay.
Good on the second.
Okay, thank you so much for this discussion. I think it just underscores the problems that we have and the desire all of us have to try to help this industry as much as we can. But it's a difficult situation. So could we please have a roll call vote? We have a motion and a second.
There's one hand raised for public comment still. I don't know if you want to.
Oh, sorry, I did not see that hand. And okay, yes, Michelle Hackett, if you'll have
Are we
2 minutes.
reopening public comment?
So, sorry, did we already do public comment?
Did, but her hand was raised during that time period.
Okay, I don't know if you heard that or not, Supervisor
I
Lopez,
did,
but-
thank you.
Yeah, okay, and it's I apologize for not having seen that. Okay, Ms. Hackett, would you like to make your comments? And I apologize for not seeing your hand beforehand.
It's okay. I was going to try to speak right after Bob, but no problem. I'll just make it real brief because you guys have already kind of created a plan here. But, the bottom line is what is owed on the 31st starts payments for the fiscal year 2023. The maybe dozen of us cultivators that are left, it's really, I think, only 9 of us. We're still trying to pay down 2022. So the issue has been ongoing for a year. The county knows that, the board knows that, we as cultivators know that. And if you look at all the information that has been given to the Cannabis Committee in our last meeting, such as the tax collections of 2022, out of 2.7 million, you guys have gotten about $10,000. That shows you where the industry not only is, but continues to be. We're struggling. To say it over and over, it doesn't seem to get the issue resolved. It just kicks the issue down the can. And here we are, a year later. So obviously those of us that are hanging on by a thread want to continue in business, and we understand the money is owed. However, it's unrealistic in a market that's failing as businesses collapse daily. So I think working together, the few of us that are left, along with the county, to come up with a realistic payment plan for still what's owed in 2023. And then before we even discuss what's going to happen with 2023, I think it's really crucial we understand what it is we're asking for. Pushing back these deadlines are short-term solutions, but if payments are due in less than 15 days, all of us would be closed by that point because nothing has been even collected for last year. So I just think it's really clear that the full board, it is appreciated the help that is being given, but we do want to work together for a long-term solution, not have the same obnoxious conversations over and over, which I'm sure everyone is very frustrated with. So thank you.
Thank you for your perspective. Okay, I think I will totally close public comment then. I appreciate everybody's input. And now if we could please have our roll call vote.
Supervisor Lejo,
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Askew,
Aye.
and Chair
Aye.
Supervisor I'm sorry, and Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Okay, thank you very much for that. Now we will,
So just to clarify, 34 was essentially acted on by creating the payment plan, right?
correct, yes, which will be brought back to us within the next 30 days.
Okay.
Okay, I would say draft payment plan. Okay, great. Thank you very much. All right, now we will go to item 34, or 24 rather, which is general public comment. This is an opportunity for anyone who would like to speak on items that are not on today's agenda to please come forward and state your comments. And I see we have Mr. Robert Roach.
Hi, Bob Roach again, MCCIA. Yeah, just a little follow-up here on the cannabis taxes. I think the taxes are still too high. And in the past, we talked about, right-sizing the cannabis program. I understand it's very difficult to do, but, if any kind of payment plan could be considering some kind of a relief, any kind of relief from the amount of the taxes along with that, I think that would go a long way towards helping some of our businesses. And I think you should consider extending it into, say, July 31st, 2023, because if we hit the market is depressed right now because the outdoor crops coming in. Our best chance for a market is in the spring, early summer. And if they could have those months, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments.
Okay, good morning. My name is Eloise Shim. Because I'm mixed race with an Asian last name, Chinese to be specific, I've been marginalized and edged out of housing for 10 years. In 2018, the Housing Authority tried to remove me from the list. I protested and asked their decision be repealed. I copied my letter to the Board of Supervisors. Again, in 2022, they tried to remove me from the list. And I sent a letter to the Board of Supervisors, despite the fact that I was homeless for the second time in 10 years. Finally, in August of this year, they let me apply, but stonewalled me until mid-September, when for the third time I brought my grievances to the Board of Supervisors. With my persistence, including $40 background check, $1,000 holding fee, and all the forms, 6 months bank statements, 5 ID documents, Ruben Bravo and Lucy Husso processed my application and facilitated the signing of papers and lease agreement. But I had to be extremely persistent. Thanks to the help of friends and family, my 10-year homelessness fiasco came to an end. Do I think that racial discrimination was an issue? Absolutely. I've seen many others, white, Latino, Black, get housing, get jobs for income, when all of that was denied me. Am I grateful to be finally housed? Yes, but I worked hard to get housed, and my health and my livelihood suffered. Thank you.
Thank you for being out today to come see us and speak to us. Are there any other comments from the general public on items not on today's agenda? I'm seeing no one coming forward in the audience. Is there anyone whose hand is raised online? Yes, we have one hand raised, and that is Bernie Gomez. Mr. Gomez,
Good morning, Chair Adams and Board of Supervisors. Yeah, I just wanted to come here today and just comment around a lot of these reports coming out surrounding the sheriff's office. There's like a barrage of just of things that have been that are being exposed now, right? Within the sexual harassments, right? And now we have prescription drugs being headed down, mismanaged, right? These medications, right, that are supposed to be for folks in the jail and whatnot. And so I'm just thinking about, the elections are coming up, right? There's going to be hopefully a new transition of leadership, a proactive leadership in the sheriff's office. And I just thinking about that, just really want to urge this board to continue to advocate for yourselves, right? And creating those checks and balances that this board really needs, the sheriff has been censored by the board before, right? There's just a lot of things going on. And I'm just really thinking about this oversight, the sheriff's oversight committee or inspector general that y'all postponed right till after the elections. And I think it's a crucial moment to create this board, right? To create to abide by the law, right? And in essence, help this new administration coming in, deal with all that cesspool that's been going on. So just, yeah. And I know that I read that the board is thinking about in January. So I just want to say that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comments, Mr. Gomez. It's good to see you. I see no other hands raised. And I see no other comments from the board. With that, I'm going to close general public comment and recess the Board of Supervisors for the smaller agendas. We will try to go through this as quickly as we can. So here we go. Okay, so now I'm going to convene the joint meeting of the Board of Supervisors and Boards of Directors.
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Adams appearing in person and Supervisors Alejo, Phillips, Rude Askew, and Lopez appearing via video conference.
Thank you. Any additions and corrections?
There are none.
Thank you very much. I'd like to call for any general public comments on this agenda. Any comments from the board on this agenda? Okay, with that, we will go into the one scheduled matter that we have. And we will look to Ms. Blitch, our county counsel today.
Thank you, Chair. In order to continue to meet remotely, this board needs to find that the COVID-19 pandemic state of emergency is still in effect, which it is, and the board needs to reconsider the circumstances of this state of emergency and find that the Monterey County Health Officer continues to recommend social distancing measures for meetings of legislative bodies, which he does.
Thank you very much. Is there any member of the board that wishes to comment on this item? Any member of the public who wishes to comment on this item? Okay, we'll have a motion then and a second to be able. Yes.
Yeah, quick comment was that I think these are going to be short-lived, as the governor announced yesterday that the state of emergency will end at the end of February 2023. So we got these few remaining months to utilize this option. So at least the public will know that being able to continue to meet in this fashion will end in, I think, less than 5 months. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excellent. Okay, so could we have a motion to approve this agenda at the scheduled matter? I'll make a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second Askew.
Thank you. Could we have a roll call, please?
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Askew?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Okay, thank you very much. And now we will adjourn the joint meeting of the Board of Supervisors and Boards of Directors. And we will call to order the joint meeting of certain boards of supervisors and standing committees.
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Adams appearing in person and Supervisors Alejo, Phillips, Rude Askew, and Lopez appearing via video conference.
Thank you very much. Are there any additions and corrections?
There are none.
Any member of the public who wishes to comment on the items not on today's agenda? Seeing no one coming forward, we have one scheduled matter today, and it is the AB 361. So I'll look to County Counsel.
Chair, as previously mentioned in the other item, the board needs to make a motion that the state of emergency is still in effect, that they have reconsidered the circumstances of the state of emergency, and the county health officer recommends social distancing measures.
Okay. Thank you very much.
So moves.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Phillips, second.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any member of the public who wishes to comment on this item before we take a vote? Seeing no one coming forward and no hands raised, we will do a roll call, please.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Askew?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Okay, thank you very much. We will adjourn the joint meeting of certain boards of supervisors standing committees. All right, and now we will reconvene the Board of Supervisors. Could we have a roll call?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Adams appearing in person and Supervisors Alejo, Phillips, Root, Askew, and Lopez appearing via video conference.
Thank you very much. And we will go to other board matters. And we have one item today, which is to approve a recommendation by the Legislative Committee to authorize the board send letters to the Speaker of the Assembly and the President Pro Tem of the Senate requesting the appointment of Supervisor Luis Alejo to serve on the Middle Mile Advisory Committee. And I believe that we're going to have a presentation today on this item from our Ms. Annette Diadamo.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Adams and members of the board. Annette Diadamo with the County Administrative Office. On October 10th, the Legislative Committee met and recommended that the board authorize letters to the Speaker of the Assembly and the President Pro Tem of the Senate requesting the appointment of Supervisor Alejo to serve on the Middle Mile Advisory Committee. Back in July of 2021, the legislature passed and the governor signed into law SB 156 to create an open access middle mile network to support the expansion of high-speed broadband service to all Californians. And SB 156 provided $3.25 billion to build out the middle mile network, which is funded by the American Rescue Plan Act. And that bill, SB 156, also established a Middle Mile Advisory Committee to monitor this work and required that the third-party administrators seek policy advice from the Middle Mile Advisory Committee. And while the law specified that committee membership, it did not include any local government representation. So subsequent to the signing of SB 156, Monterey County, along with the California State Association of Counties, co-sponsored AB 2256 to expand the membership of the Middle Mile Advisory Committee to include 2 elected government officials from a city and county, one appointed by the Speaker of the Assembly and the other appointed by the Senate Rules Committee. AB 2256 was signed by the governor on September 29th. So at the October 10th meeting, the Legislative Committee recommended the board authorize letters requesting the appointment of Supervisor Alejo to serve on the Middle Mile Advisory Committee representing county government. And as you know, Supervisor Alejo has been a champion of efforts to expand broadband service and to close the digital divide. And he currently serves on key committees through the California State Association of Counties and the National Association of Counties, which oversee broadband issues. Draft letters are included with this agenda item and will be transmitted upon the board's authorization. And Supervisor Root Askew and Supervisor Alejo serve on the Legislative Committee and may wish to offer additional comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Diadamo. I see Supervisor Alejo's hand is up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Annette, for the nice overview on that. But ever since the crisis began, where children all across California and across the nation were having issues of accessing their classrooms and their educational services because of the lack of broadband, Monterey County stepped up on behalf of our kids and our families to be really involved. And I was honored to be part of those efforts to pass the $6.25 billion broadband package. And I was invited by the governor to be there at the bill signing in Tulare County. But after that, we also realized that local governments weren't at the table as part of this new California Broadband Middle Mile Advisory Committee that was devised to provide input on the implementation of the $3.25 billion middle mile projects that will be phased in over time. The governor just a few days ago announced the plan to construct a 10,000 mile middle mile fiber infrastructure layout, and that work is beginning in San Diego. But that committee currently consists of 5 representatives of 5 state agencies, and then 2 members of the state assembly, 2 members of the state senate, but there were no local government voices. So we spearheaded, Monterey County in particular, spearheaded the bill, AB 2256, to bring local government to the table. It started out with 1 position, and when the bill went to the Senate, they added a 2nd. So those appointments are made by the President Pro Tem of the Senate, which is Tony Atkins, and the other is by the Assembly Speaker, Anthony Rendon. So I have done my due diligence. I'm asking a support letter from Monterey County, my respective county, but also from CSAC and also the Latino Caucus of California Counties. But I have already reached out to the speaker himself, to the Parliament Secretary, and also the author of the bill and a few other legislators. So I think we have a good shot at this appointment, but it would also have Monterey County be at the table on these decisions. And certainly my plan is to work closely with CSAC and RCRC and even the League of Cities and other local governments to making sure we're adding their voices on these decisions and implementing this multi-billion-dollar plan that will take numerous years to get right. But I'm glad California did the right thing, because I think other states will look to what California is doing now. And we want to make sure that in other states that local governments are at the table in the implementation of broadband expansion. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Yes, Supervisor Rudascu.
Yeah, I would be honored to nominate Supervisor Alejo and on behalf of the County of Monterey to send this letter suggesting his appointment to this committee. Having Monterey County's voice included in these conversations in this way, I think would be significant. But I also recognize, Supervisor Alejo, that you would have a strong commitment to ensuring that Californians from all counties benefit from these investments. So with that, I'll move that we approve the nomination of Supervisor Luis Alejo to this committee.
I'd second that.
Thank you. And that would include the sending of the letters.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Great. Is there any member of the public who wishes to comment on this item? Okay, great. Thank you very much. So with that, could we please have a roll call vote?
Supervisor Alejo,
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Absolutely. Aye.
Supervisor Rudascu,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you, colleagues.
And congratulations. And with that, we will move to our County Administrative Officer for his comments today.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First off, there's going to be a prescribed burn, if it hasn't already started, in the Gavilan Range by Cal Fire on some private properties. So you may see some smoke in the distance. So if it isn't, if you see smoke in the Gavilan Range, it should be the prescribed burn. If you see it somewhere else, you should report it. Second, last Friday, many of you may have attended the Monterey Bay Economic Partnership State of the Region meeting/conference. It was a very good event over at CSUMB with some good speakers talking about the state of our economy in Monterey, in the Monterey Bay area, which includes Santa Cruz and San Benito County, it was a real highlight of the challenges that we have and the opportunities that we have here in the Monterey Bay area region. I thought it was a very well put together forum and some good speakers and some good information to move forward to help building our economy. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any new referrals?
There are no new referrals this week.
Thank you very much. And now, are there any referral responses?
Yes, the first referral response is from our Director of Facilities. I think Lindsay Lareba will be coming up to do an introduction of that referral response, which is a referral from Supervisor Alejo seeking a District 1 office within the District 1 supervisorial boundaries. So I think Ms. Lareba will be presenting. Or
We have a real person here. This is great. It's only usually just Zoom.
Hey, good morning.
Morning.
Chair Adams, Board of Supervisors. I am Lindsay Larable. I am the Chief of Facilities. I am here with Ivo Basor, Management Analyst 2 with the facilities team, and he's here to give a presentation into our staff's preliminary analysis report, excuse me, in response to board referral 2022.22 brought forth by Supervisor Alejo to search for and open a district office within Supervisorial District 1 within the East Salinas zip code 93905 area. And I will turn over the floor to Ivo.
Thank you. Thank you, Lindsay. Good morning, Madam Chair and Board of Supervisors. Just a quick overview of our presentation. I'll be going over the background, some concerns, as well as the process and recommendations and options. This board referral to the Public Works, Facilities, and Parks Department is to locate, negotiate, and close on an office lease within the East Salinas zip code 93905 area. Currently, all county supervisors have an office at the county government center, as well as a district office within their respective district. District 1 is the only county supervisor office that does not have a district office currently. And to touch on a concern is scarcity of available office space within county-owned buildings, and non-county owned buildings may require payment of market rent and tenant improvement costs. Just to highlight the designated search area, this is the East Salinas 93905 zip code area. The red markings is kind of hard to see, but it encompasses the East Salinas Alisal area. Regarding our process, staff will be reviewing available office spaces between 500 to 2,000 square feet in size, located within county-owned and non-county-owned buildings within the designated zip code area. Staff shall also contact public and private stakeholders regarding available office spaces, determine if the space meets District 1 office needs, and schedule site visits. Staff will coordinate between PWFP staff, District 1 office staff regarding available options which meets office requirements. If a desired office space is selected by District 1 office, then PWFP staff will enter in negotiations. If no viable options are selected, PWFP staff will work with District 1 office to hire a leasing consultant and present a lease agreement to the board at a later date for approval and recommendations should an office space be located. And PWFP staff will coordinate the moving process and tenant improvements if required. Two challenges are the coordination with public and private stakeholders and potential budgetary impacts should payment of market rent and tenant improvement costs be required. Recommendations and options. Staff recommendation is to continue with the process as alluded to, as well as modify referral request or resend the referral request. Are there any comments or questions at this time?
Thank you for your presentation. I see Supervisor Alejo's hand is up.
Thank you very much. I want to thank our staff for following up on this referral. Obviously, this was intended to try to begin a process and search for an affordable place to expand services. In this case, the only supervisorial office, not to have a district office, but really trying to focus this in East Salinas where the need is greatest out of all parts of my district here in Salinas. And we have done some work already, even before this referral was filed. We looked at what county properties that we have, and obviously that would be an easy choice if we had some building where we could set up an office that we already own, but that doesn't exist in East Salinas. And then we looked at the city properties that are open. Those are all occupied as well. And then we even looked at prospective potential buildings, like the building, the behavioral health clinic, that's also completely utilized with the plan that they already had laid out there. And there's another USDA research facility being built in East Salinas, but those research facilities are pretty restricted, but we're still reaching out whether there's any available office space that may be affordable. On the commercial side, we looked at a couple properties already, very expensive these days. In East Salinas, there's very few commercial properties whatsoever, but those that exist are pretty pricey, and we know that that's not that's going to be a factor my colleagues would consider. I know in the example of Greenfield, being able to utilize space from the city hall was much more affordable for Supervisor Lopez's district. And we're trying to find something much more reasonable within budget, and we want to be able to continue to searching and look at reasonable options that we could bring back in the future to open such an office for my East Salinas constituents. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. Are there any other comments from the board on this? Supervisor Phillips?
Well, I just suggested Slaney's Valley Solid Waste down at Sun Street are redoing. We just bought the building and they're redoing it, and I know there's going to be some office space available there that they're not going to need, that they're going to be leasing out, but just something to take a look at, especially now that Sun Street is out of there and they're going to be cleaning that up. The building's pretty nice. So.
Thank you, Supervisor Phillips. Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, I'll just share that being here in Greenfield in the heart of the district has made a major difference for my community in terms of them accessing services, and our office has become a jump off point for other service providers, including our Military and Veterans Affairs office. And so I wholeheartedly support this request and look forward to seeing the options that come back, knowing that us reaching communities where they are, where transportation can often be a barrier, is critical to success for them and for us as a county in order to serve their needs. And so commend Supervisor Alejo for bringing this forward and look forward to seeing the options. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will take it out to the public now. Is there any member of the public who wishes to comment on this item? Seeing no one coming forward, and I'm not seeing any hands raised. So I think I will bring this back. And I don't know with the referral, do we need to make a motion to approve or move forward, or?
Only if you're going to do something different than what was being proposed.
Great. Okay, well, continue forward. You're doing a great job. Thank you both very much for coming with your presentation. And I hope that we'll be able to follow up on Supervisor Phillips's suggestion. Sounds like a good idea. Thank you again so much.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, we will close item number 28, sorry, and we will go to item number 29, which is to receive a preliminary analysis report regarding board referral 2022.21, which requests the clerk of the board office to augment their budget to cover all expenses for framed board resolutions and to enhance the current ceremonial resolution template. I think we have our clerk of the board making a comment here.
So good morning. My name is Valerie Ralph. I'm the clerk to the Board of Supervisors. And with me today is Nick Pasculi, County Communications Director, and he's in person, as well as Iracema Lopez, Assistant Clerk of the Board of Supervisors, and she will join us via Zoom. Today, I'm providing a preliminary analysis response on referral number 2022.21 from Supervisor Alejo regarding augmenting the clerk of the board's budget to cover all expenses for the framed board resolutions and to enhance our certificates for the board resolutions. This analysis is to provide a quick update as to where we are at. Our office will be connecting with the budget office to discuss augmenting the clerk of the board's budget approximately by $3,000 to $4,000 specifically for frames, mats, paper, and the proposed new graphics for our ceremonial resolution certificates to enhance its look. We will then bring it back to the board for consideration. Nick Pasculi, County Communication Director, has taken the lead on the new graphic design for the ceremonial resolution certificates and has been working closely with our office during its conception. His team has been working on several design options, and once decided upon, chosen designs will be submitted to the vendor to provide design proofs to bring back to the board for consideration prior to the end of the year. That concludes the preliminary analysis response, and Nick, Iracema, and I are here for any questions.
Thank you so much, Valerie. Are there any questions? Supervisor Lopez, your hand is up. Is that a legacy?
Legacy,
hand?
my apologies.
Okay. And Supervisor Alejo, your hand is up.
Yeah, I just wanted to express support for this, obviously, for the reasons the clerk's office, not having a very limited budget, and this really being one of our board expenses for the community. And I think providing just some of that budgetary relief so we could continue to do these resolutions, which are important for a lot of different reasons, as we saw this morning, the people being honored and the ceremonies that take place outside of our chambers throughout the county are also very important. But just on the look of the template, I think that's an important one, because if we look at our resolutions now, they're pretty black and white, they lack color, and these are something very special when people retire or when they're being honored for some prestigious award or many other reasons. It's nice to have something a little bit more colorful and beautiful that could be placed on their walls or in their homes, that I think their family would just really cherish just a little bit more. And it wouldn't cost us very much more once we get a template in place. And I want to really thank Nick Pasculi for willing to take this on, which saves the county money. And I look forward to seeing those potential designs that we could choose from by the end of the year. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. County Administrative Officer.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just two comments. One, I do appreciate this referral coming forward. I know that the clerk's office does. It can be a challenge making sure that all these pieces are budgeted, and also it can be a little awkward going to individual board offices saying, you've exceeded your amount, or can you, we don't have money to pay for that. And these are they may be called ceremonial resolutions, but they really are important for our community and showing some of the support pieces that your board likes to emphasize. And I also want to thank Nick Pasculi and his team. I know it wasn't right under his bailiwick to take that piece on, but I asked him also to take it on, and because I knew that he and his team had the talent to help address it, and as well as these resolutions are part of communicating to the public and the message that this board wants to send to the public. So I thought it was appropriate to come through. Get some help from the communications team to get those resolutions in a proper form.
Thank you very much for your remarks on this. Is there a member of the public who wishes to make a comment on the item? Nope. Okay, we'll bring it back for a vote, but not before I say personal thanks to Nick Pasculi as well. Thank you so much for spearheading this. Terrific. And it is a small thing, but it does make a big difference. When I walk into businesses and I see one of our framed resolutions, it always makes me feel so proud. I think people genuinely feel very honored to receive them. So we will have a roll call vote.
Yeah, if there's no change, we don't need.
Actually, no, sorry,
Right.
no voting here. Thank you very much. And before we go to board comments, I'm going to turn to County Counsel for her remarks regarding a reading out of a closed session.
There are no reportable actions from the matters that have been heard in closed session, and there will be no reportable actions on either the Board of Supervisors closed session items or the Board of Supervisors for the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. Therefore, I would suggest that you can adjourn from closed session today instead of coming back to the dais.
Very good. Thank you very much for that. And now we will do board comments, and we'll start with Supervisor Alejo, and we'll go through the numbers.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I just wanted to really thank the California State Association of Counties for bringing the executive committee retreat to Monterey last week. And we had a nice meeting and covered a lot of issues planning for 2023. But we also, our hospitality was well received by all the supervisors. And so the president of CSAC, Ed Valenzuela, want to make sure that to tell you all that he appreciated coming to Monterey County and that he loved the hospitality. I want to thank Supervisor Lopez for tag teaming on one of the receptions in the evening. So it was well received by everyone there. Secondly, and I don't want to steal Supervisor Wendy's Supervisor Askew's thunder, but there was a beautiful Salinas Valley Pride Parade last Saturday. And I know her staff, Eric Mora, was one of the leaders of Salinas Valley Pride, and he was very respectful and really inclusive of all the elected officials that were there. So I want to acknowledge his leadership, because he's done it not only as part of Supervisor Askew's team, but before he worked for the county, he was a great leader that always worked well with all the elected officials. And it was beautiful to see the turnout of people, the many booths, the elected officials, including our district attorney's office that was there. It's a beautiful sight to see the progress of many aspects of local government uplifting the LGBTQ plus community in Monterey County. So congratulations to all the organizers, and we look forward to supporting those ongoing efforts each year. Last thing I would like just to mention was yesterday in Watsonville, there was a community celebration with members of the boards of supervisors and Senator Laird and Assembly Member Rivas and many other stakeholders. And there was an acknowledgement of our work as a board of supervisors of being a partner in making that acquisition of that hospital possible. So I just wanted to really thank everybody and let my colleagues know that your leadership in saving that hospital and bringing it back into public hands, now only to serve the public rather than having a board that where profits were a main driver of hospital decisions. Now the main driver is serving the community and making sure that institution remains to provide quality healthcare for all the residents of both Santa Cruz and Monterey County. So thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. Now we'll have Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, I wasn't able to make the Watsonville Hospital, but my chief of staff was there. But I want to commend the comments that Supervisor Leo made there. They were memorable. And I think, Supervisor, don't we have a ribbon cutting coming up on the Pajaro River? I think we have coming up Wednesday or Thursday. So that's a pretty big thing for us too. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple quick issues today. Wanted to share that last night we had a great listening session in Chular. Great turnout for that tiny community, with a lot of folks sharing their concerns and desires, specifically a lot of sidewalks and street striping. And so we're excited to share that was already in the works. And thank you to Tom Vonnegut, the folks from from our Public Works team, the folks from TAMC, including Teresa and Todd, who came out and joined us last night, for joining us to listen to the community's concerns and help provide some solutions. And so that session went well. I want to remind everybody that next Monday is it's Gonzalez's turn. We'll be in Gonzalez for their listening session next Monday evening. Invite folks to join us. Wanted to congratulate everybody who had a hand in two events that happened in Greenfield. One was the Harvest Festival, which happened on Sunday. Great turnout with the parade. I couldn't be there, but my family went and really enjoyed it. And the second was the Witches Ride, which I think this was the 5th annual Witches Ride in Greenfield, where a local witch community comes together to ride down the street in their bikes and their modified brooms. But it brings great joy to the community. So I want to thank them, Jessica Madrid Bautista from Greenfield, for spearheading that project. It put a lot of smiles on faces, including my own. And then lastly, just want to echo Supervisor Alejo's comments about Friday with CSAC, or Thursday with CSAC, and them coming out. That was a great event. And also thanking MBEP for their event that they put on Friday, the State of the Region. And thank you to them for allowing me to share some comments about broadband and what we're doing in Southern Monterey County to address the major gaps. And I'll share my key statements there, which were that I believe the two biggest differentiators on young people's success in our communities will be dependent on two factors. One, investments in early childhood education, and two, access to broadband to keep up with their peers as they develop. So I just encourage people to continue to keep their eyes on those two issues and invest and vote with your heart. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Lopez. Very thoughtful. Supervisor Radascu.
Yeah, thank you. It was an honor for District 4 to host the State of the Region event, and it was great to see my colleagues up on the stage talking about critical issues like broadband and housing and homelessness. For anyone who wasn't able to attend, I know they got some great video of the panels that were presenting last week. We also had a very successful town hall in Seaside with a number of residents who came out to talk about a number of different issues, including Laguna Seca, housing, childcare, and traffic issues. We're excited about continuing to work with the city. We had 4 of the current and incoming council members present and joined us for that, where we got to talk about some of the Upper Broadway renovation projects as well. Supervisor Alejo, thank you for recognizing the awesome work of the entire board of Salinas Valley Pride celebrations. I know that was just a really special event for so many, and sends a strong signal to everyone in our community that this is a safe and inclusive place. We all belong here, and we all have opportunities to be successful and thrive and live our best lives here in Monterey County. I also wanted to, my family gathered for the internment of ashes for both my grandfather, retired Army Colonel James Thurman Root, and my grandmother, Mary Elizabeth Burks Root, at the Central Coast Veterans Cemetery. It was a long time coming, and I know that for my family, like so many other families, waited for the completion of that site so that we could bring our relatives home to Fort Ord, where they served our country. We were able to bring together my my dad came into town, my two uncles, my aunt, many of the grandkids and great grandkids were able to gather. And the ceremony up at the Veterans Cemetery was absolutely beautiful. Just a huge shout out to literally everyone in the community, because making that Veterans Cemetery happen here in Monterey County on the former Fort Ord was an act, it has been an ongoing act of love and vision by so many individuals. So to everybody who has played a hand in making that space come to life, thank you on behalf of the Root family. It was a special weekend of celebration and a lot of memories and old pictures reviewing for my family. So just a big thank you to everyone who's made that possible. With that, I look forward to seeing my colleagues at the Cal LAFCO event later this week, and we'll see y'all back here next Tuesday.
Thank you so much, Wendy. And I share your thought about the military cemetery here, the veteran cemetery that we have. It's absolutely wonderful that people had the foresight to put this together and worked absolutely diligently for years to make sure that it happened. And it's continuing to evolve. And it's because of the strong cadre of volunteers who continue to work to ensure that that property remains and expands to serve as it should. It's a wonderful tribute to all of the people in our community who have served in the military. Earlier this week, I joined Supervisor Askew at an incredible tour of the Joby Aviation Manufacturing site located in Wendy's district at the Marina Airport. It was amazing. I don't know about you, Wendy, but I spoke to others. I felt like I was in a movie to see the work that they are doing and the things that they have accomplished. It was just spectacular. I really hope that all the board members have an opportunity to go out and take a look at what's going on in our own little community of really cutting edge technology. Then I think in one of the most rewarding events I've been to this year, and honestly, maybe ever in my life, was attending the ribbon cutting for the newly purchased United Way building here in Salinas. It's the Impact Center, and it will house not only United Way's administrative headquarters, but room for lots of other nonprofits and for services and for people to gather. It is just spectacular, and it was such a heart-lifting event to see so many people coming together in support of this wonderful organization that serves so many people in our county. And I was really delighted to be able to be there. Over the weekend, I presented a supervisorial proclamation of some new public art at the Monterey Conference Center honoring Robinson Jeffers. This art is located outside in the Jeffers Plaza, which is off the second floor conference room, which is where many of us go for big meetings that we have. It's really worth a trip to see it. It's a beautiful, small and intimate area with two lovely new pieces of art honoring one of our own, Robinson Jeffers. Also attended the Carmel Valley Association annual picnic and had a lovely time interacting with many people from the district who are very active out there. We've got a couple of meetings coming up. We're going to be having the annual Carmel Lagoon Community Winter Management Meeting that's going to be held tomorrow evening from 5 to 6 by Zoom. And a bit further out, we're going to have the first fire adapted community town hall for the Big Sur community, which will be next Tuesday, the 25th from 6 to 8 at the Big Sur Grange. With that, I will, we've already determined that we are going to be able to adjourn from the closed session. So I will simply recess the Monterey County Board of Supervisors to go to closed session where we will adjourn. Thank you all so much for being with us today. The meeting will not be returning at 10:30 at 1:30 as usual. We've completed our agenda. Thank you so much.